Um, let's see, is it? Maybe. Howdy. She's a, I ain't gonna be on that long. And I might have to leave momentarily. In fact, probably so. Shit. Thinking of keeping it on this. But you gotta make the canvas move. How much bigger that? That's the original size. And when I try to do the traditional way of me doing it, it's a little bit too small. It does really scrunched up. And I gotta redraw that shit again. Could just copy and paste it or something. So I'll actually have to get going in a minute. I'll be back. My husband's not feeling too well. I was gonna get on earlier, but it's kind of busy. Work is being lame. Whatever. I need money. I'm broke. Why do you think I'm always broke? But I gotta fucking. When did I originally draw this shit? This. Yeah. It was up here. So we this. Hope it doesn't look too wonky. What? Is there no white? Why does it suck? Really sucks. Yeah. shit, where the fuck's the button? What? 어느 사람 쓰는 I think she wants you to. Oh, okay, scripture. I trashed that. Don't even get flashbacks. No, I'm tired. I'm eating well. Bacon beats with that chicken smell. Wait for your weird shit. That's your weird shit. So weird shit. Show me my phone. I got that shit on my phone, bitch. You better be checking your phone, bitch. Better get this head in my phone, bitch. Sometimes I better sit back, see what the crew got. Look at the scene every time. Fuck that shit on the side. Shit come when I die. Fuck with me family guy. Bitch won't fuck with a new guy. Sometimes I better sit back, see what the crew got. Flipping the scene every time. Fuck with that shit on the side. She cut away in a dime. Fuck with me family guy. She couldn't, she's carpet, no shoes. Yeah. Yeah. My day, Friday, watch me buy a Rite Aid. Sometimes I been sit back, sit back, sit back. Oh, fuck the shit, I saved my soul. Fuck the platinum, I'll take gold. I'm on a roll. I get a roll. I get a roll. Fuck all the shit, but the shit that I wrote. Fuck all the shit, but the shit that I wrote. Fuck all the shit, but the shit that I wrote. But the shit that I wrote. Bitch on fuck with a new guy. Sometimes I better sit back, see what the crew got. Flipping the scene every time. Fuck with that shit on the side. She cut on way on the dime. Fuck with me, family guy. Bitch won't fuck with a new guy. Sometimes I better sit back, see what the crew got. Flipping the scene every time. Fuck with that shit on the side. She cut away on the dime. Fuck with me, family guy. Balanced. Shit. So I gotta take a little break. My husband, I gotta help him get him. Um, I don't know. I'm just gonna. I'll be on a commercial for a bit. I'm just gonna have it on Donkey Kong. All right, I'll be RB, and I'll draw some more. And I might play some games if I have some time. Let's see. Here's Donkey Kong.
Can't you see me standing right here? Left bleeding from fear. I will give it straight from my veins. Can't you see me standing right here? Left bleeding from fear. I will give it straight from my veins. I'm calling you dear. Can't you see me standing right here? Left bleeding from fear. I will give it straight from my veins. my head, think about to break down. Caught up in a loop again, trying to find a way out. Same old shit, it's just a different layout. It's so played out, fuck you talking about. Reconditioning, bringing me to reckoning. Feel the weight of the world on my shoulders and my knees. Who gives a fuck about me? Only one to love me. I rip out the leech, turn it good into hate. Wait, mass destruction, watch the world burn all around you. Suffocation from a ruling class, right like house do. Bitch, I am a straw hat in this land, fucking up the man. Never food, I'm getting with these bars, fucking break the law. Put a nail in my head, watch the blood gone. Weight on my shoulder, got me feeling so numb. 27 club calling me for fun. Put me 6 feet deep in a coconut jar. 27, fucking heaven. 27, fucking heaven.
Hello. I'm back. Sorry about that. Hmm. The music paused.
gon' get far.
Cause little doodle ball whenever he out of bounds. I'm my brother's little Glock instead of stupid ass downtown. Why the fuck should he raise me? You must wanna go down. I don't be understand. Don't touch right now. Yeah, we got him. Send him to right by him. I'm finna blink him. Yeah, I'm finna hit him. No, he can't control. Oh, we finna wet him up. Oh, we finna hit him up.
Me hoy, me noi, me hoy, me noi, me hoy, me noi, me hoy, me hoy, me hoy, me hoy, me hoy, hoy, me hoy, me hoy, me noi, me hoy, me hoy, me noi, me hoy, 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 me hoy. Me hoy, that say talking.
No, come on.
Can't say when he walking.
Bust him now.
Tell her he a bad bitch.
Take his eraser.
Then I cut him out quick. Me hoy, me noi, me hoy, me high, me hoy, me noi, me hoy, me noi, me hoy, me noi, me hoy, me noi.
SpongeBob, what are we gonna do about this fuck ass boy right here?
Let's get him, Pat. Me hoy, me noi, me.
一日を終えるたび今日もあなたのこと大好きでしたとそっと胸に思うこんな日々がずっと続きますようにって星降る夜空に
Pretty hurting this fucking thing. Alright, let's go. About to see you fade away. I just got your message, baby. Excuse me. I just got your message, baby. It's sad to see you fade away. I just got your message, baby. It's sad to see you fade away. I just got your message, baby. It's sad to see you fade away. I just got your message, baby. Just tell me why. Tell me why. This is she can go. Without her makeup, it's like it with me. But she's homeless. She's homeless. Yeah, she says that singing for money. La da da, la da dee, 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 la da da, la dee, la da da, la da dee, la da da. La da dee, la da da, la da dee, la da da. Like you and me. But she's harmless. She's harmless. It's like a mama. Uno, dos, un, dos, tres, cuatro.
これからを無駄にしないこの時を生きるために余計なこと忘れて今こそ飛び出そう決められた道なんてないし全て自分次第だし後悔なんてしたくないだから僕だから誰にも負けない強さで目的地向かってく速度上げて信じよう本当の明日必ず来るから
Break down, back up, the love music.
人のことなんだと思ってるの冗談きついわ喧嘩売ってるわけ
Let's go.
爆発しちゃうくらい何も聞こえないくらい胸の奥突き刺すくらい好き
Look at him, guy.
向かい風にだって負けることなんてない戦い続け
Break down, break down, break down. Unta, unta. Break down, break down, break down, break down, 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 down. Yeah. Whatever she said. I'm so tired. Ah!
Why you gotta be like that? What?
Why you gotta be like that? And myself is sleeping into the dark. If I close my eyes, my breath and let it bury me. I'm not okay, it's not alright. Make me ways to make me public again. Yeah. Who will fix me now? Get me when I'm down. Take me from myself. Who will make me fight? Drag me out alive. Take me from myself. Who will fix me now? Will make me fight. Take me from myself. Don't you know that I can't do this on my own? And you know that I can't do this on my own. You know that I can't do this on my own. I'll be right back. I was getting a snack. I got jelly bean.
Shining. A suit and his skin, he had grown a more closely fitting singlet of perspiration. Tony, he whispered, you there? No answer.
The Shining by Stephen King. Yeah, sucking it, making it last. Had to see each other. Love came out of them the way love had come out of the morning girl walking up the street and holding hands. Danny was glad. The bag of groceries, just a bag of groceries, crackled in his arms. Everything was all right. Daddy was home. Mommy was loving him. There were no bad things. The best year. Sun gonna shine in my backyard someday. In those days, Jack's drinking had still been well in hand. On Saturday nights, a bunch of his fellow students would drop over, and there would be a case of beer and discussions in which she seldom took part because her field had been sociology and his was English. Arguments over whether Pepys's diaries were literature or history, discussions of Charles Olson's poetry, sometimes the reading of works in progress. Those and 100 others. No, 1,000. She felt no real urge to take part. It was enough to sit in her rocking chair beside Jack, who sat cross-legged on the floor, one hand holding a beer, the other gently cupping her calf or braceleting her ankle. The competition at UNH had been fierce, and Jack carried an extra burden in his writing. He put in at least an hour at it every night. It was his routine. The Saturday sessions were necessary therapy. They let something out of him that might otherwise have swelled and swelled until he burst. At the end of his grad work, he had landed the job at Stovington, mostly on the strength of his stories, 4 of them published at that time, one of them in Esquire. She remembered that day clearly enough. It would take more than 3 years to forget it. She had almost thrown the envelope away, thinking it was a subscription offer. Opening it, she had found instead that it was a letter saying that Esquire would like to use Jack's story concerning the black holes early the following year. They would pay $900, not on publication but on acceptance. That was nearly half a year's take typing papers, and she had flown to the telephone, leaving Danny in his high chair to goggle comically after her, his face lathered with creamed peas and beef puree. Jack had arrived from the university 45 minutes later. The Buick weighted down with 7 friends and a keg of beer. After a ceremonial toast, Wendy also had a glass, although she ordinarily had no taste for beer. Jack had signed in the acceptance letter, put it in the return envelope, and went down the block to drop it in the letterbox. When he came back, he stood gravely in the door and said, Veni, Vidi, Vici. There were cheers and applause. When the keg was empty at 11 that night, Jack and the only 2 others who were still ambulatory went on to hit a few bars. She had gotten him aside in the downstairs hallway. The other 2 were already out in the car, drunkenly singing the New Hampshire fight song. Jack was down on one knee, owlishly fumbling with the latings of his moccasins. Jack, she said, you shouldn't. You can't even tie your shoes, let alone drive. He stood up and put his hands calmly on her shoulders. Tonight I could fly to the moon if I wanted to. No, she said, not for all the Esquire stories in the world. I'll be home early. But he hadn't been home until 4 in the morning, stumbling and mumbling his way up the stairs, waking Danny up when he came in. He had tried to soothe the baby and dropped him on the floor. Wendy had rushed out, thinking about her mother would think if she saw the bruise before she thought of anything else. God help her. God help them both. And then picked Danny up, sat in the rocking chair with him, soothed him. She had been thinking of her mother for most of the 5 hours Jack had been gone, her mother's prophecy that Jack would never come to anything. Big ideas, her mother had said. Sure. The welfare lines are full of educated fools with big ideas. Did the Esquire story make her mother wrong or right? Winifred, you're not holding that baby right. Give him to me. And was she not holding her husband right? Why else would he take his joy out of the house? A helpless kind of terror had risen up in her, and it never occurred to her that he had gone out for reasons that had nothing to do with her. Congratulations, she said, rocking Danny. He was almost asleep again. Maybe you gave him a concussion. It's just a bruise. He sounded sulky, wanting to be repentant, a little boy. For an instant, she hated him. Maybe, she said tightly. Maybe not. She heard so much of her mother talking to her departed father in her own voice that she was sickened and afraid. Like mother, like daughter, Jack muttered. Go to bed, she cried, her fear coming out, sounding like anger. Go to bed, you're drunk.
Mm.
Don't tell me what to do. Jack, please, we shouldn't. It. There were no words. Don't tell me what to do, boo, he repeated sullenly, and then went into the bedroom. She was left alone in the rocking chair with Danny, who was sleeping again. 5 minutes later, Jack's snores came floating out to the living room. That had been the first night she had slept on the couch. Now she turned restlessly on the bed, already dozing. Her mind, freed of any linear order by encroaching sleep, floated past the first year at Stovington, past the steadily worsening times that had reached low ebb when her husband had broken Danny's arm, to that morning in the breakfast nook. Danny outside playing trucks in the sand pile, his arms still in the cast. Jack sitting at the table, pallid and grizzled, a cigarette jittering between his fingers. She had decided to ask him for a divorce. She had pondered the question from 100 different angles, had been pondering it, in fact, for the 6 months before the broken arm. She told herself she would have made the decision long ago if it hadn't been for Danny, but not even that was necessarily true. She dreamed on the long nights when Jack was out, and her dreams were always of her mother's face and of her own wedding. Who giveth this woman? Her father standing in his best suit, which was none too good. He was a traveling salesman for a line of canned goods that even then was going broke. And his tired face, how old he looked, how pale. I do. Even after the accident, if you could call it an accident, she had not been able to bring it all the way out, to admit that her marriage was a lopsided defeat. She had waited, dumbly hoping that a miracle would occur and Jack would see what was happening, not only to him, but to her. But there had been no slowdown. A drink before going off to the academy, 2 or 3 beers with lunch at the Stovington house, 3 or 4 martinis before dinner, 5 or 6 more while grading papers. The weekends were worse. The nights out with Al Shockley were worse still. She had never dreamed there could be so much pain in a life when there was nothing physically wrong. She hurt all the time. How much of it was her fault? That question haunted her. She felt like her mother, like her father. Sometimes when she felt like herself, she wondered what it would be like for Danny, and she dreaded the day when he grew old enough to lay blame. And she wondered where they would go. She had no doubt her mother would take her in, and no doubt that after a year of watching her diapers remade, Danny's meals recooked and or redistributed, of coming home to find his clothes changed, or his hair cut, or the books her mother found unsuitable spirited away to some limbo in the attic. After half a year of that, she would have a complete nervous breakdown, and her mother would pat her hand and say comfortingly, although it's not your fault, it's all your own fault. You were never ready. You showed your true colors when you came between your father and me. My father, Danny's father, mine his. Who giveth this woman? I do. Dead of a heart attack 6 months later. The night before that morning, she had lain awake almost until he came in, thinking, coming to her decision. The divorce was necessary, she told herself. Her mother and father didn't belong in the decision. Neither did her feelings of guilt over their marriage, nor her feelings of inadequacy over her own. It was necessary for her son's sake and for herself if she was to salvage anything at all from her early adulthood. The handwriting on the wall was brutal but clear. Her husband was a lush. He had a bad temper, one he could no longer keep wholly under control now that he was drinking so heavily and his writing was going so badly. Accidentally or not accidentally, he had broken Danny's arm. He was going to lose his job, if not this year, then the year after. Already she had noticed the sympathetic looks from the other faculty wives. She told herself that she had stuck with the messy job of her marriage for as long as she could. Now she would have to leave it. Jack could have full visitation rights, and she would want support from him only until she could find something and get on her feet. And that would have to be fairly rapidly because she didn't know how long Jack would be able to pay support money. She would do it with as little bitterness as possible, but it had to end. So thinking, she had fallen off into her own thin and unrestful sleep, haunted by the faces of her own mother and father. "You're nothing but a home wrecker," her mother said. "Who giveth this woman?" the minister said. "I do," her father said. But in the bright and sunny morning, she felt the same. Her back to him, her hands plunged in warm dishwater up to the wrists, she had commenced with the unpleasantness. "I want to talk to you about something that might be best for Danny and I. For you too, maybe. We should have talked about it before, I guess." And then he had said an odd thing. She had expected to discover his anger, to provoke the bitterness, the recriminations. She had expected a mad dash for the liquor cabinet, but not this soft, almost toneless reply that was so unlike him. It was almost as though the Jack she had lived with for 6 years had never come back last night, as if he had been replaced by some unearthly doppelganger that she would never know or be quite sure of. "Would you do something for me? A favor?" "What?" She had to discipline her voice strictly to keep it from trembling. "Let's talk about it in a week, if you still want to." And she had agreed. It remained unspoken between them. During that week, he had seen Al Shockley more than ever, but he came home early and there was no liquor on his breath. She imagined she smelled it, but knew it wasn't so. Another week, and another. Divorce went back to committee unvoted on. What had happened? She still wondered and still had not the slightest idea. The subject was taboo between them. He was like a man who had leaned around a corner and had seen an unexpected monster lying in wait, crouching among the dried bones of its old kills. The liquor remained in the cabinet, but he didn't touch it. She had considered throwing them out a dozen times, but in the end always backed away from the idea, as if some unknown charm would be broken by the act. And there was Danny's part in it to consider. If she felt she didn't know her husband, then she was in awe of her child, awe in the strict meaning of that word, a kind of undefined, superstitious dread. Dozing lightly, the image of the instant of his birth was presented to her. She was again lying on the delivery table, bathed in sweat, her hair in strings, her feet splayed out in the stirrups, and a little high from the ways they kept giving her whiffs of. At one point she had muttered that she felt like an advertisement for gang rape, and the nurse, an old bird who had assisted at the births of enough children to populate a high school, found that extremely funny. The doctor between her legs, the nurse off to one side, arranging instruments and humming. The sharp, glassy pains had been coming at steadily shortening intervals, and several times she had screamed in spite of her shame. Then the doctor told her quite sternly that she must push, and she did, and then she felt something being taken from her. It was a clear and distinct feeling, one she would never forget, the thing taken. Then the doctor held her son up by the legs. She had seen his tiny sex and known he was a boy immediately. And as the doctor groped for the air mask, she had seen something else. Something so horrible that she found the strength to scream again after she had thought all screams were used up. "He has no face." But of course there had been a face. Danny's own sweet face, and the caul that had covered it at birth now resided in a small jar, which she had kept, almost shamefully. She did not hold with old superstition, but she had kept the caul nevertheless. She did not hold with wives' tales, but the boy had been unusual from the first. She did not believe a second sight, but did Daddy have an accident? I dreamed Daddy had an accident. Something had changed him. She didn't believe it was just her getting ready to ask for a divorce that had done it. Something had happened before that morning. Something that had happened while she slept uneasily. Al Shockley said that nothing had happened, nothing at all, but he had averted his eyes when he said it. And if you believe faculty gossip, Al had also climbed aboard the fabled wagon. Did Daddy have an accident? Maybe a chance collision with fate, surely nothing much more concrete. She had read that day's paper and the next day's with a closer eye than usual, but she saw nothing she could connect with Jack. God help her, she had been looking for a hit-and-run accident or a barroom brawl that had resulted in serious injuries or who knew? Who wanted to? But no policeman came to call, either to ask questions or with a warrant empowering him to take paint scrapings from the WV's bumpers. Nothing. Only her husband's 180-degree change and her son's sleepy question on waking. Did Daddy have an accident? I dreamed. She had stuck with Jack more for Danny's sake than she would admit in her waking hours. But now, sleeping lightly, she could admit it. Danny had been Jack's for the asking, almost from the first, just as she had been her father's, almost from the first. She couldn't remember Danny ever spitting a bottle back on Jack's shirt. Jack could get him to eat after she had given up in disgust, even when Danny was teething and it gave him visible pain to chew. When Danny had a stomach ache, she would rock him for an hour before he began to quiet. Jack had only to pick him up, walk twice around the room with him, and Danny would be asleep on Lack's shoulder, his thumbs securely corked in his mouth. He hadn't minded changing diapers, even those he called the special deliveries. He sat with Danny for hours on end, bouncing him on his lap, playing finger games with him, making faces at him while Danny poked at his nose and then collapsed with the giggles. He made formulas and administered them faultlessly, getting up every last burp afterward. He would take Danny with him in the car to get the beer or a bottle of milk or nails at the hardware store, even when their son was still an infant. He had taken Danny to a Stovington Keene soccer match when Danny was only 6 months old, and Danny had sat motionlessly on his father's lap through the whole game, wrapped in a blanket, a small Stovington pennant clutched in one chubby fist. He loved his mother, but he was his father's boy. And hadn't she felt, time and time again, her son's wordless opposition to the whole idea of divorce? She would be thinking about it in the kitchen, turning it over in her mind as she turned the potatoes for supper over in her hands for the peeler's blade. And she would turn around to see him sitting cross-legged in a kitchen chair, looking at her with eyes that seemed both frightened and accusatory. Walking with him in the park, he would suddenly seize both her hands and say, almost demand, "Do you love me? Do you love Daddy?" And confused, she would nod or say, "Of course I do, honey." Then he would run to the duck pond, sending them squawking and scared to the other end, flapping their wings in a panic before the small ferocity of his charge, leaving her to stare after him and wonder. There were even times when it seemed that her determination to at least discuss the matter with Jack dissolved, not out of her own weakness, but under the determination of her son's will. I don't believe such things, but in sleep she did believe them. And in sleep, with her husband's seed still drying on her thighs, she felt that the three of them had been permanently welded together. That if their three oneness was to be destroyed, it would not be destroyed by any of them, but from outside. Most of what she believed centered around her love for Jack. She had never stopped loving him, except maybe for that dark period immediately following Danny's accident. And she loved her son. Most of all, she loved them together, walking or riding or only sitting. Jack's large head and Danny's small one poised alertly over the fans of old maid hands, sharing a bottle of Coke, looking at the funnies. She loved having them with her, and she hoped to dear God that this hotel caretaking job Al had gotten for Jack would be the beginning of good times again. And the wind gonna rise up, baby, and blow my blues away. Soft and sweet and mellow, the song came back and lingered, following her down into a deeper sleep, where thoughts ceased and the faces that came in dreams went unremembered. Chapter 7. In another bedroom. Danny awoke with the booming still loud in his ears, and the drunk, savagely pettish voice crying hoarsely, "Come out here and take your medicine. I'll find you. I'll find you." But now the booming was only his racing heart, and the only voice in the night was the faraway sound of a police siren. He lay in bed motionlessly, looking up at the wind-stirred shadows of the leaves on his bedroom ceiling. They twined sinuously together, making shapes like the vines and creepers in a jungle, like patterns woven into the nap of a thick carpet. He was clad in Dr. Denton pajamas, but between the pajama suit and his skin, he had grown a more closely fitting singlet of perspiration. Tony, he whispered. You there? No answer. He slipped out of bed and padded silently across to the window and looked out on Arapahoe Street, now still and silent. It was 2 in the morning. There was nothing out there but empty sidewalks drifted with fallen leaves, parked cars, and the long-necked streetlight on the corner across from the Cliff Bryce gas station. With its hooded top and motionless stance, the streetlight looked like a monster in a space show. He looked up the street both ways, straining his eyes for Tony's slight, beckoning form, but there was no one there. The wind sighed through the trees, and the fallen leaves rattled up the deserted walks and around the hubcaps of parked cars. It was a faint and sorrowful sound, and the boy thought that he might be the only one in Boulder awake enough to hear it, the only human being at least. There was no way of knowing what else might be out in the night, slinking hungrily through the shadows, watching and scenting the breeze. I'll find you, I'll find you. Tony, he whispered again, but without much hope. Only the wind spoke back, gusting more strongly this time, scattering leaves across the sloping roof below his window. Some of them slipped into the rain gutter and came to rest there like tired dancers. Danny, Danny. He started at the sound of that familiar voice and craned out the window, his small hands on the sill. With the sound of Tony's voice, the whole night seemed to have come silently and secretly alive, whispering even when the wind quieted again and the leaves were still and the shadows had stopped moving. He thought he saw a darker shadow standing by the bus stop a block down, but it was hard to tell if it was a real thing or an eye trick. Don't go, Danny. Then the wind gusted again, making him squint, and the shadow by the bus stop was gone, if it had ever been there at all. He stood by his window for a minute, an hour, sometime longer, but there was no more. At last he crept back into his bed and pulled the blankets up and watched the shadows thrown by the alien streetlight turn into a sinuous jungle filled with flesh-eating plants that wanted only to slip around him, squeeze the life out of him, and drag him down into a blackness where one sinister word flashed in red: red rum. PARTTWO. Closing day. Anayanas. Chapter 8. A view of the overlook.
Chapter 8.
Mommy was worried. She was afraid the bug wouldn't make it up and down all these mountains, and that they would get stranded by the side of the road where somebody might come ripping along and hit them. Danny himself was more sanguine. If Daddy thought the bug would make this one last trip, then probably it would. We're just about there, Jack said. Wendy brushed her hair back from her temples. Thank God. She was sitting in the right-hand bucket, a Victoria Holt paperback open but face down in her lap. She was wearing her blue dress, the one Danny thought was her prettiest. It had a sailor collar and made her look very young, like a girl that's just getting ready to graduate from high school. Daddy kept putting his hand high up on her leg, and she kept laughing and brushing it off, saying, "Get away, fly." Danny was impressed with the mountains. One day, Daddy had taken them up in the ones near Boulder, the ones they called the Flatirons. But these were much bigger, and on the tallest of them you could see a fine dusting of snow, which Daddy said was often there year-round. And they were actually in the mountains, no goofing around. Sheer rock faces rose all around them, so high you could barely see their tops, even by craning your neck out the window. When they left Boulder, the temperature had been in the high 70s. Now, just after noon, the air up here felt crisp and cold like November back in Vermont, and Daddy had the heater going. Not that it worked all that well. They had passed several signs that said falling rock zone. Mommy read each one to him. And although Danny had waited anxiously to see some rock fall, none had, at least not yet. Half an hour ago, they had passed another sign that Daddy said was very important. This sign said entering Sidewinder Pass, and Daddy said that sign was as far as the snow plows went in the wintertime. After that, the road got too steep. In the winter, the road was closed from the little town of Sidewinder, which they had gone through just before they got to that sign, all the way to Buckland, Utah. Now they were passing another sign. What's that one, Mom? That one says slower vehicles use right lane. That means us. The bug will make it, Danny said. Please, God, Mommy said, and crossed her fingers. Danny looked down at her open-toed sandals and saw that she had crossed her toes as well. He giggled. She smiled back, but he knew that she was still worried. The road wound up and up in a series of slow S-curves, and Jack dropped the bug's stick shift from fourth gear to third, then into second. The bug wheezed and protested, and Wendy's eye fixed on the speedometer needle, which sank from 40 to 30 to 20, where it hovered reluctantly. The fuel pump, she began timidly. The fuel pump will go another 3 miles, Jack said shortly. The rock wall fell away on their right, disclosing a slash valley that seemed to go down forever, lined a dark green with rocky mountain pine and spruce. The pines fell away to gray cliffs of rock that dropped for hundreds of feet before smoothing out. She saw a waterfall spilling over one of them, the early afternoon sun sparkling in it like a golden fish snared in a blue net. They were beautiful mountains, but they were hard. She did not think they would forgive many mistakes. An unhappy foreboding rose in her throat. Further west in the Sierra Nevada, the Donner Party had become snowbound and had resorted to cannibalism to stay alive. The mountains did not forgive many mistakes. With a punch of the clutch in a jerk, Jack shifted down to first gear, and they labored upward, the bug's engine thumping gamely.
Switch it
You
different.
know, she said, I don't think we've seen 5 cars since we came through Sidewinder. And one of them was the hotel limousine. Jack nodded. It goes right to Stapleton Airport in Denver. There's already some icy patches up beyond the hotel, Watson says, and they're forecasting more snow for tomorrow up higher. Anybody going through the mountains now wants to be on one of the main roads just in case. That goddamn Ullman better still be up there. I guess he will be. You're sure the larder is fully stocked? She asked, still thinking of the Donners. He said so. He wanted Halloran to go over it with you. Halloran's the cook. Oh, she said faintly, looking at the speedometer. It had dropped from 15 to 10 miles an hour. There's the top, Jack said, pointing 300 yards ahead. There's a scenic turnout, and you can see the overlook from there. I'm going to pull off the road and give the bug a chance to rest. He craned over his shoulder at Danny, who was sitting on a pile of blankets. What do you think, Doc? We might see some deer or caribou. Sure, Dad. The VW labored up and up. The speedometer dropped to just above the 5-mile-an-hour hash mark and was beginning to hitch when Jack pulled off the road. What's that sign, Mommy? Scenic turnout, she read dutifully, and stepped on the emergency brake and let the VW run in neutral. Come on, he said, and got out. They walked to the guardrail together. That's it, Jack said, and pointed at 11 o'clock. For Wendy, it was discovering truth in a cliche. Her breath was taken away. For a moment, she was unable to breathe at all. The view had knocked the wind from her. They were standing near the top of one peak. Across from them, who knew how far, an even taller mountain reared into the sky, its jagged tip only a silhouette that was now nimbused by the sun, which was beginning its decline. The whole valley floor was spread out below them, the slopes that they had climbed in the laboring bug falling away with such dizzying suddenness that she knew to look down there for too long would bring on nausea and eventual vomiting. The imagination seemed to spring to full life in the clear air, beyond the reign of reason, and to look was to helplessly see oneself plunging down and down and down, sky and slopes changing places in slow cartwheels. The scream drifting from your mouth like a lazy balloon as your hair and your dress billowed out. She jerked her gaze away from the drop almost by force and followed Jack's finger. She could see the highway clinging to the side of this cathedral spire, switching back on itself, but always tending northwest, still climbing but at a more gentle angle. Further up, seemingly set directly into the slope itself, she saw the grimly clinging pines give way to a wide square of green lawn, and standing in the middle of it, overlooking all this, the hotel. The overlook. Seeing it, she found breath and voice again. Oh, Jack, it's gorgeous. Yes, it is, he said. Unman says he thinks it's the single most beautiful location in America. I don't care much for him, but I think he might be. Danny, are you all right? She looked around for him, and her sudden fear for him blotted out everything else, stupendous or not. She darted toward him. He was holding onto the guardrail and looking up at the hotel, his face a pasty gray color. His eyes had the blank look of someone on the verge of fainting. She knelt beside him and put steadying hands on his shoulders. Danny, what's... Jack was beside her. You okay, Doc? He gave Danny a brisk little shake and his eyes cleared. I'm okay, Daddy. I'm fine. What was it, Danny? She asked. Were you dizzy, honey? No, I was just thinking. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to scare you. He looked at his parents kneeling in front of him and offered them a small, puzzled smile. Maybe it was the sun. The sun got in my eyes. We'll get you up to the hotel and give you a drink of water, Daddy said. Okay. And in the bug, which moved upward more surely on the gentler grade, he kept looking out between them as the road unwound, affording occasional glimpses of the overlook Hutu. Tell, its massive bank of westward-looking windows reflecting back the sun. It was the place he had seen in the midst of the blizzard, the dark and booming place where some hideously familiar figure sought him down long corridors carpeted with jungle, the place Tony had warned him against. It was here. It was here. Whatever Red Rum was, it was here. Chapter 9. Checking it out. Ullman was waiting for them just inside the wide, old-fashioned front doors. He shook hands with Jack and nodded coolly at Wendy, perhaps noticing the way the heads turned when she came through into the lobby, her golden hair spilling across the shoulders of the simple navy dress. The hem of the dress stopped a modest 2 inches above the knee, but you didn't have to see more to know they were good legs. Ullman seemed truly warm toward Danny only, but Wendy had experienced that before. Danny seemed to be a child for people who ordinarily held W.C. Fields' sentiments about children. He bent a little from the waist and offered Danny his hand. Danny shook it formally, without a smile. My son Danny, Jack said, and my wife Winifred. I'm happy to meet you both, Ullman said. How old are you, Danny? 5, sir. Sir, yet. Ullman smiled and glanced at Jack. Yeah, he's well-mannered and... Of course B is, Jack said. And Mrs. Torrance. He offered the same little bow, and for a bemused instant, Wendy thought he would kiss her hand. She half offered it, and he did take it, but only for a moment, clasped in both of his. His hands were small and dry and smooth, and she guessed that he powdered them. The lobby was a bustle of activity. Almost every one of the old-fashioned high-back chairs was taken. Bellboys shuttled in and out with suitcases, and there was a line at the desk, which was dominated by a huge brass cash register. The Bank AmeriCard and Master Charge decals on it seemed jarringly anachronistic. To their right, down toward a pair of tall, double doors that were pulled closed and roped off, there was an old-fashioned fireplace, now blazing with birch logs. 3 nuns sat on a sofa that was drawn up almost to the hearth itself. They were talking and smiling with their bags stacked up to either side, waiting for the checkout line to thin a little. As Wendy watched them, they burst into a chord of tinkling, girlish laughter. She felt a smile touch her own lips. Not one of them could be under 60. In the background was the constant hum of conversation, the muted ding of the silver-plated bell beside the cash register as one of the 2 clerks on duty struck it, the slightly impatient call of "Front, please." It brought back strong, warm memories of her honeymoon in New York with Jack, at the Beekman Tower. For the first time, she let herself believe that this might be exactly what the 3 of them needed, a season together away from the world, a sort of family honeymoon. She smiled affectionately down at Danny, who was goggling around frankly at everything.
But
Another limo, as gray as a banker's vest, had pulled up out front. The last day of the season, Ullman was saying. Closing day. Always hectic. I had expected you more around 3, Mr. Torrance. I wanted to give the Volks time for a nervous breakdown if it decided to have one, Jack said. It didn't. How fortunate, Ullman said. I'd like to take the 3 of you on a tour of the place a little later. And of course, Dick Halloran wants to show Mrs. Torrance who the overlook's kitchen. But I'm afraid one of the clerks came over and almost tugged his forelock. Excuse me, Mr. Unman. Well, what is it? It's Mrs. Brandt, the clerk said uncomfortably. She refuses to pay her bill with anything but her American Express card. I told her we stopped taking American Express at the end of the season last year, but she won't. His eyes shifted to the Torrance family, then back to Ullman. He shrugged. I'll take care of it. Thank you, Mr. Ullman. The clerk crossed back to the desk, where a dreadnought of a woman bundled into a long fur coat and what looked like a black feather boa was remonstrating loudly. I have been coming to the Overlook Hotel since 1955, she was telling the smiling, shrugging clerk. I continued to come even after my second husband died of a stroke on that tiresome Roque court. I told him the sun was too hot that day, and I have never, I repeat, never, paid with anything but my American Express credit card. Call the police if you like. Have them drag me away. I will still refuse to pay with anything but my American Express credit card. I
It's
repeat,
worse.
excuse me, Mr. Ullman said. They watched him cross the lobby, touch Mrs. Brandt's elbow deferentially, and spread his hands and nod when she turned her tirade on him. He listened sympathetically, nodded again, and said something in return. Mrs. Brandt smiled triumphantly, turned to the unhappy desk clerk, and said loudly, "Thank God there is one employee of this hotel who hasn't become an utter Philistino." She allowed Ullman, who barely came to the bulky shoulder of her fur coat,
Philistine.
to take her arm and lead her away, presumably to his inner office. "Woo," Wendy said, smiling. "There's a dude who earns his money." "But he didn't like that lady," Danny said immediately. "He was just pretending to like her." Jack grinned down at him. "I'm sure that's true, Doc, but flattery is the stuff that greases the wheels of the world." "What's flattery?" "Flattery," Wendy told him, "is when your daddy says he likes my new yellow slacks, even if he doesn't, or when he says I don't need to take off 5 pounds." "Oh, is it lying for fun?" "Something very like that." He had been looking at her closely and now said, "You're pretty, Mommy." He frowned in confusion when they exchanged a glance and then burst into laughter. "Ullman didn't waste much flattery on me," Jack witted. "Come on over by the window, you guys. I feel conspicuous standing out here in the middle with my denim jacket on. I honest to God didn't think there'd be anybody much here on closing day. Guess I was wrong." "You look very handsome," she said, and then they laughed again, Wendy putting a hand over her mouth. Danny still didn't understand, but it was okay. They were loving each other. Danny thought this place reminded her of somewhere else, the Beekman place, where she had been happy. He wished he liked it as well as she did, but he kept telling himself over and over that the things Tony showed him didn't always come true. He would be careful. He would watch for something called red rum, but he would not say anything unless he absolutely had to, because they were happy, they had been laughing, and there were no bad thoughts. "Look at this view," Jack said. "Oh, it's gorgeous, old Danny. Yukel." But Danny didn't think it was particularly gorgeous. He didn't like heights, they made him dizzy. Beyond the wide front porch, which ran the length of the hotel, a beautifully manicured lawn, there was a putting green on the right, sloped away to a long rectangular swimming pool. A closed sign stood on a little tripod at one end of the pool. Closed was one sign he could read by himself, along with stop, exit, pizza, and a few others. Beyond the pool, a graveled path wound off through baby pines and spruces and aspens. Here was a small sign he didn't know. Roca. There was an arrow below it. "What's ROQUE, Daddy?" "A game," Daddy said. "It's a little bit like croquet, only you play it on a gravel court that has sides like a big billiard table instead of grass. It's a very old game, Danny. Sometimes they have tournaments here." "Do you play it with a croquet mallet?" "Like that," Jack agreed. "Only the handle's a little shorter and the head has two sides. One side is hard rubber and the other side is wood." "Come out, you little shit." "It's pronounced roke," Daddy was saying. "I'll teach you how to play, if you want." "Maybe," Danny said in an odd, colorless little voice that made his parents exchange a puzzled look over his head. "I might not like it, though." "Well, if you don't like it, Doc, you don't have to play. All right?" "Sure." "Do you like the animals?" Wendy asked. "That's called a topiary." Beyond the path leading to Roque, there were hedges clipped into the shapes of various animals. Danny, whose eyes were sharp, made out a rabbit, a dog, a horse, a cow, and a trio of bigger ones that looked like frolicking lions. "Those animals were what made Uncle Al think of me for the job," Jack told him. "He knew that when I was in college, I used to work for a landscaping company. That's a business that fixes people's lawns and bushes and hedges. I used to trim a lady's topiary." Wendy put a hand over her mouth and snickered. Looking at her, Jack said, "Yes, I used to trim her topiary at least once a week." "Get away, fly," Wendy said and snickered again. "Did she have nice hedges, Dad?"
Mm.
Danny asked. And at this, they both stifled great bursts of laughter. Wendy laughed so hard that tears streamed down her cheeks, and she had to get a Kleenex out of her handbag. They weren't animals, Danny, Jack said when he had control of himself. They were playing cards, spades and hearts and clubs and diamonds. But the hedges grow, you see? They creep, Watson had said. No, not the hedges, the boiler. You have to watch it all the time or you and your family will end up on the fucking moon. They looked at him, puzzled. The smile had faded off his face. Dad? Danny asked. He blinked at them as if coming back from far away. They grow, Danny, and lose their shape, so I'll have to give them a haircut once or twice a week until it gets so cold they stop growing for the year. And a playground, too, Wendy said. My lucky boy. The playground was beyond the topiary. 2 slides, a big swing set with half a dozen swings set at varying heights, a jungle gym, a tunnel made of cement rings, a sandbox, and a playhouse that was an exact replica of the overlook itself. Do you like it, Danny? Wendy asked. I sure do, he said, hoping he sounded more enthused than he felt. It's neat. Beyond the playground, there was an inconspicuous chain-link security fence. Beyond that, the wide, macadamized drive that led up to the hotel, and beyond that, the valley itself, dropping away into the bright blue haze of afternoon. Danny didn't know the word isolation, but if someone had explained it to him, he would have seized on it. Far below, lying in the sun like a long black snake that had decided to snooze for a while, was the road that led back through Sidewinder Pass and eventually to Boulder. The road that would be closed all winter long. He felt a little suffocated at the thought and almost jumped when Daddy dropped his hand on his shoulder. I'll get you that drink as soon as I can, Doc. They're a little busy right now. Sure, Dad. Mrs. Brandt came out of the inner office,
Excuse me.
looking vindicated. A few moments later, 2 bellboys, struggling with 8 suitcases between them, followed her as best they could as she strode triumphantly out the door. Danny watched through the window as a man in a gray uniform and a hat like a captain in the army brought her long silver car around to the door and got out. He tipped his cap to her and ran around to open the trunk. And in one of those flashes that sometimes came, he got a complete thought from her, one that floated above the confused, low-pitched babble of emotions and colors that he usually got in crowded places. I'd have liked to get into his pants. Danny's brow wrinkled as he watched the bellboys put her cases into the trunk. She was looking rather sharply at the man in the gray uniform, who was supervising the loading. Why would she want to get that man's pants? Was she cold, even with that long fur coat on? And if she was that cold, why hadn't she just put on some pants of her own? His mommy wore pants just about all winter. The man in the gray uniform closed the trunk and walked back to help her into the car. Danny watched closely to see if she would say anything about his pants, but she only smiled and gave him a dollar bill. A tip. A moment later, she was guiding the big silver car down the driveway. He thought about asking his mother why Mrs. Brandt might want the carman's pants and decided against it. Sometimes questions could get you in a whole lot of trouble. It had happened to him before, so instead he squeezed in between them on the small sofa they were sharing and watched all the people check out at the desk. He was glad his mommy and daddy were happy and loving each other, but he couldn't help being a little worried. He couldn't help it. Chapter 10. Halloran! The cook didn't conform to Wendy's image of the typical resort hotel kitchen personage at all. To begin with, such a personage was called a chef, nothing so mundane as a cook. Cooking was what she did in her apartment kitchen when she threw all the leftovers into a greased Pyrex casserole dish and added noodles. Further, the culinary wizard of such a place as the Overlook, which advertised in the resort section of the New York Sunday Times, should be small, rotund, and pasty-faced, rather like the Pillsbury Doughboy. He should have a thin pencil-lined mustache, like a 40s musical comedy star, dark eyes, a French accent, and a detestable personality. Halloran had the dark eyes, and that was all. He was a tall black man with a modest afro that was beginning to powder white. He had a soft southern accent, and he laughed a lot, disclosing teeth too white and too even to be anything but 1950 vintage Sears and Roebuck dentures. Her own father had had a pair, which he called Roebuckers, and from time to time he would push them out at her comically at the supper table. Always, Wendy remembered now, when her mother was out in the kitchen getting something else or on the telephone. Danny had stared up at this black giant in blue serge, and then had smiled when Halloran picked him up easily, set him in the crook of his elbow, and said, "You ain't gonna stay up here all winter." "Yes, I am," Danny said with a shy grin. "No, you're gonna come down to St. Pete's with me and learn to cook and go out on the beach every damn evening watching for crabs, right?" Danny giggled delightedly and shook his head no. Halloran set him down. "If you're going to change your mind," Halloran said, bending over him gravely, "you better do it quick. 30 minutes from now and I'm in my car." 2.5 hours after that, I'm sitting at Gate 32, Concourse B, Stapleton International Airport, in the mile-high city of Denver, Colorado. 3 hours after that, I'm renting a car at the Miami Airport and on my way
Emma.
to sunny St. Pete's, waiting to get Iota my swim trunks and just laughing up my sleeve at anybody stuck and caught in the snow. Can you dig it, my boy? Yes, sir, Danny said, smiling. Halloran turned to Jack and Wendy. Looks like a fine boy there. We think he'll do, Jack said, and offered his hand. Halloran took it. I'm Jack Torrance, my wife Winifred. Danny you've met. And a pleasure it was. Ma'am, are you a Winnie or a Freddie? I'm a Wendy, she said, smiling. Okay, that's better than the other two, I think. Right this way. Mr. Unman wants you to have the tour you'll get. He shook his bead and said under his breath, and won't I be glad to see the last of him. Halloran commenced to tour them around the most immense kitchen Wendy had ever seen in her life. It was sparkling clean. Every surface was coaxed to a high gloss. It was more than just big, it was intimidating. She walked at Halloran's side while Jack, wholly out of his element, hung back a little with Danny. A long wallboard hung with cutting instruments, which went all the way from paring knives to two-handed cleavers hung beside a four-basin sink. There was a breadboard as big as their Boulder apartment's kitchen table. An amazing array of stainless steel pots and pans hung from floor to ceiling, covering one whole wall. I think I'll have to leave a trail of breadcrumbs every time I come in, she said. Don't let it get you down, Halloran said. It's big, but it's still only a kitchen. Most of this stuff you'll never even have to touch. Keep it clean, that's all I ask. Here's the stove I'd be using if I was you. There are 3 of them in all, but this is the smallest. Smallest, she thought dismally, looking at it. There were 12 burners, 2 regular ovens, and a Dutch oven. A heated well on top in which you could simmer sauces or bake beans, a broiler and a warmer, plus a million dials and temperature gauges. All gas, Halloran said. You've cooked with gas before, Wendy? Yes. I love gas, he said, and turned on one of the burners. Blue flame popped into life, and he adjusted it down to a faint glow with a delicate touch. I like to be able to see the flame you're cooking with. You see where all the surface burner switches are? Yes. And the oven dials are all marked. Myself, I favor the middle one because it seems to heat the most even, but you use whichever one you like, or all 3 for that matter. A TV dinner in each one, Wendy said, and laughed weakly. Halloran roared, Go right ahead if you like. I left a list of everything edible over by the sink. You see it? Here it is, Mommill. Danny brought over 2 sheets of paper, written closely on both sides. Good boy, Halloran said, taking it from him and ruffling his hair. You sure you don't want to come to Florida with me, my boy? Learn to cook the sweetest shrimp creole this side of paradise? Danny put his hands over his mouth and giggled and retreated to his father's side. You 3 folks could eat up here for a year, I guess, Halloran said. We got a cold pantry, a walk-in freezer, all sorts of vegetable bins, and 2 refrigerators. Come on, and let me show you. For the next 10 minutes, Halloran opened bins and doors, disclosing food in such amounts as Wendy had never seen before. The food supplies amazed her but did not reassure her as much as she might have thought. The Donner Party kept recurring to her, not with thoughts of cannibalism. With all this food, it would indeed be a long time before they were reduced to such poor rations as each other. But with the reinforced idea that this was indeed a serious business. When snow fell, getting out of here would not be a matter of an hour's drive to Sidewinder, but a major operation. They would sit up here in this deserted Grand Hotel, eating the food that had been left them like creatures in a fairy tale and listening to the bitter wind around their snowbound eaves. In Vermont, when Danny had broken his arm, when Jack broke Danny's arm, she had called the emergency medic squad, dialing the number from the little card attached to the phone. They had been at the house only 10 minutes later. There were other numbers written on that little card. You could have a police car in 5 minutes and a fire truck in even less time than that, because the fire station was only 3 blocks away and 1 block over. There was a man to call if the lights went out, a man to call if the shower stopped up, a man to call if the TV went on the fritz. But what would happen up here if Danny had one of his fainting spells and swallowed his tongue? Oh God, what a thought. What if the place caught on fire? If Jack fell down the elevator shaft and fractured his skull? What if we have a wonderful time now? Stop FT, Winifred. Halloran showed them into the walk-in freezer first, where their breath puffed out like comic strip balloons. In the freezer, it was as if winter had already come. Hamburger in big plastic bags, 10 pounds in each bag, a dozen bags. 40 whole chickens hanging from a row of hooks in the wood-planked walls. Canned hams stacked up like poker chips, a dozen of them. Below the chickens, 10 roasts of beef, 10 roasts of pork, and a huge leg of lamb. You like lamb, dough? Halloran asked, grinning. I love it, Danny said immediately. He had never had it. I knew you did. There's nothing like 2 good slices of lamb on a cold night with some mint jelly on the side. You got the mint jelly here, too. Lamb eases the belly. It's a non-contentious sort of meat. From behind them, Jack said curiously, How did you know we called him Doe? Halloran turned around. Pardon? Danny, we call him Doe sometimes, like in the Bugs Bunny cartoons. Looks sort of like a doe, doesn't he?
Oh,
He wrinkled his nose at Danny, smacked his lips, and said, Hey, what's up, Doe? Danny giggled, and then Halloran said something. Sure you don't want to go to Florida, Doe? To him, very clearly. He heard every word. He looked at Halloran, startled and a little scared. Halloran winked solemnly and turned back to the food. Wendy looked from the cook's broad, serge-clad back to her son. She had the oddest feeling that something had passed between them, something she could not quite follow. You got 12 packages of sausage, 12 packages of bacon, Halloran said. So much for the pig. In this drawer, 20 pounds of butter. Real butter? Jack asked. The A number 1. I don't think I've had real butter since I was a kid back in Berlin, New Hampshire. Well, you'll eat it up here until Oleo seems a treat, Halloran said and laughed. Over in this bin you got your bread, 30 loaves of white, 20 of dark. We try to keep racial balance at the Overlook, don't you know? Now I know 50 loaves won't take you through, but there's plenty of makings, and fresh is better than frozen any day of the week. Down here you got your fish, brain food, right, Doe? Is it, Mom? If Mr. Halloran says so, honey. She smiled. Danny wrinkled his nose. I don't like fish. You're dead wrong, Halloran said. You just never had any fish that liked you. This fish here will like you fine. 5 pounds of rainbow trout, 10 pounds of turbot, 15 cans of tuna fish. Oh yeah, I like tuna. And 5 pounds of the sweetest tasting sole that ever swam in the sea. My boy, when next spring rolls around, you're gonna thank old... He snapped his fingers as if he had forgotten something. What's my name now? I guess it just slipped my mind. Mr. Halloran, Danny said, grinning. Dick, to your friends. That's right. And you being a friend, you make it Dick. As he led them into the far corner, Jack and Wendy exchanged a puzzled glance, both of them trying to remember if Halloran had told them his first name. And this here I put in special, Halloran said. Hope you folks enjoy it. Oh, really? You shouldn't have, Wendy said, touched. It was a 20-pound turkey wrapped in a wide scarlet ribbon with a bow on top. You got to have your turkey on Thanksgiving, Wendy, Halloran said gravely. I believe there's a capon back here somewhere for Christmas. Doubtless you'll stumble on it. Let's come on out of here now before we all catch the pneumonia. Right, Doc?
pneumonia.
Right. There were more wonders in the cold pantry. 100 boxes of dried milk. Halloran advised her gravely to buy fresh milk for the boy in Sidewinder, as long as it was feasible. 5 12-pound bags of sugar, a gallon jug of blackstrap molasses, cereals, glass jugs of rice, macaroni, spaghetti, ranked cans of fruit and fruit salad, a bushel of fresh apples that scented the whole room with autumn. dried raisins, prunes, and apricots. You gotta be regular if you want to be happy, Halloran said, in peeled laughter at the cold pantry ceiling, where one old-fashioned light globe hung down on an iron chain, a deep bin filled with potatoes, and smaller caches of tomatoes, onions, turnips, squashes, and cabbages. My word, Wendy said as they came out. But seeing all that fresh food after her $30 a week grocery budget so stunned, owned her that she was unable to say just what her word was. I'm running a bit late, Halloran said, checking his watch, so I'll just let you go through the cabinets and the fridges as you get settled in. There's cheeses, canned milk, sweetened condensed milk, yeast, baking soda, a whole bag full of those table talk pies, a few bunches of bananas that ain't even near to ripe yet. Stop, she said, holding up a hand and laughing. I'll never remember it all. It's super, and I promise to leave the place clean. That's all I ask. He turned to Jack. Did Mr. Ullman give you the rundown on the rats in his belfry? Jack grinned. He said there were possibly some in the attic, and Mr. Watson had said there might be some more down in the basement. There must be 2 tons of paper down there, but I didn't see any shredded, as if they'd been using it to make nests. That Watson, Halloran said, shaking his head in mock sorrow. Ain't he the foulest talking man you ever ran on? He's quite a character, Jack agreed. His own father had been the foulest talking man Jack had ever run on. It's sort of a pity, Halloran said, leading them back toward the mighty swinging doors that gave on the overlooked dining room. There was money in that family long ago. It was Watson's granddad or great-granddad, I can't remember which, that built this place. So I was told, Jack said. What happened then? Wendy asked. Well, they couldn't make it go, Halloran said. Watson will tell you the whole story twice a day if you let him. The old man got a bee in his bonnet about the place. He let it drag him down, I guess. He had 2 boys, and one of them was killed in a riding accident on the grounds while the hotel was still a building. That would have been 1908 or '09. The old man's wife died of the flu, and then it was just the old man and his youngest son. They ended up getting took back on as caretakers in the same hotel the old man had built. It is sort of a pity, Wendy said. What happened to him? The old man? Jack asked. He plugged his finger into a light socket by mistake, and that was the end of him, Halloran said. Sometime in the early 30s before the Depression, closed this place down for 10 years. Anyway, Jack, I'd appreciate it if you and your wife would keep an eye out for rats in the kitchen as well. If you should see them, traps, not poison. Jack blinked. Of course, who'd want to put rat poison in the kitchen? Halloran laughed derisively. Mr. Ullman, that's who. That was his bright idea last fall. I put it to him. I said, what if we all get up here next May, Mr. Ullman, and I serve the traditional opening night dinner, which just happens to be salmon in a very nice sauce, and everybody gets sick, and the doctor comes and says to you, Ullman, what have you been doing up here? You've got 80 of the richest folks in America suffering from rat poisoning. Jack threw his head back and bellowed laughter. What did Ullman say? Halloran tucked his tongue into his cheek as if feeling for a bit of food in there. He said, get some traps, Halloran. This time they all laughed, even Danny, although he was not completely sure what the joke was, except it had something to do with Mr. Ullman, who didn't know everything after all. The 4 of them passed through the dining room, empty and silent now, with its fabulous western exposure on the snow-dusted peaks. Each of the white linen tablecloths had been covered with a sheet of tough, clear plastic. The rug, now rolled up for the season, stood in one corner like a sentinel on guard duty. Across the wide room was a double set of bat-winged doors, and over them an old-fashioned sign lettered in gilt script, the Colorado Lounge. Following his gaze, Halloran said, if you're a drinking man, I hope you brought your own supplies. That place is picked clean. Employees party last night, you know. Every maid and bellhop in the place is going around with a headache today, me included. I don't drink, Jack said shortly. They went back to the lobby. It had cleared greatly during the half hour they'd spent in the kitchen. The long main room was beginning to take on the quiet, deserted look that Jack supposed they would become familiar with soon enough. The high-backed chairs were empty. The nuns who had been sitting by the fire were and the fire itself was down to a bed of comfortably glowing coals. Wendy glanced out into the parking lot and saw that all but a dozen cars had disappeared. She found herself wishing they could get back in the VW and go back to Boulder, or anywhere else. Jack was looking around for Ullman, but he wasn't in the lobby. A young maid with her ash blonde hair pinned up on her neck came over. "Your luggage is out on the porch, Dick." "Thank you, Sally." He gave her a peck on the forehead. "You have yourself a good winter. Getting married, I hear." He turned to the Torrances as she strolled away, backside twitching pertly. "I've got to hurry along if I'm going to make that plane. I want to wish you all the best. Know you'll have it." "Thanks," Jack said. "You've been very kind." "I'll take good care of your kitchen," Wendy promised again. "Enjoy Florida." "I always do," Halloran said. He put his hands on his knees and bent down to Danny. "Last chance, guy. Want to come to Florida?" "I guess not," Danny said, smiling. "Okay. Like to give me a hand
I
out to my
guess
car
not.
with my bags?" "If my mommy says I can." "You can," Wendy said, "but you'll have to have that jacket button." She leaned forward to do it, but Halloran was ahead of her, his large brown fingers moving with smooth dexterity. "I'll send him right back in," Halloran said. "Fine," Wendy said and followed them to the door. Jack was still looking around for Ullman. The last of the Overlook's guests were checking out at the desk. Chapter 11, The Shining. There were 4 bags in a pile just outside the door. 3 of them were giant, battered old suitcases covered with black imitation alligator hide. The last was an oversized zipper bag with a faded tartan skin. "Guess you can handle that one, can't you?" Halloran asked him. He picked up 2 of the big cases in one hand and hoisted the other under his arm. "Sure," Danny said. He got a grip on it with both hands and followed the cook down the porch steps, trying manfully not to grunt and give away how heavy it was. A sharp and cutting fall wind had come up since they had arrived. It whistled across the parking lot, making Danny wince his eyes down to slits as he carried the zipper bag in front of him, bumping on his knees. A few errant aspen leaves rattled and turned across the now mostly deserted asphalt, making Danny think momentarily of that night last week when he had wakened out of his nightmare and had heard, or thought he heard, at least Tony telling him not to go. Halloran set his bags down by the trunk of a beige Plymouth Fury. "This ain't much car," he confided to Danny. "Just a rental job. My Bessie's on the other end. She's a car. 1950 Cadillac. And does she run sweet? I'll tell the world. I keep her in Florida because she's too old for all this mountain climbing." "You need a hand with that?" "No, sir," Danny said. He managed to carry it the last 10 or 12 steps without grunting and set it down with a large sigh of relief. "Good boy," Halloran said. He produced a large key ring from the pocket of his blue serge jacket and unlocked the trunk. As he lifted the bags in, he said, "You shine on, boy, harder than anyone I ever met in my life. And I'm 60 years old this January." "Huh?" "You got a knack," Halloran said, turning to him. "Me, I've always called it shining. That's what my grandmother called it, too. She had it. We used to sit in the kitchen when I was a boy, no older than you, and have long talks without even opening our mouths." "Really?" Halloran smiled at Danny's open-mouthed, almost hungry expression and said, "Come on up and sit in the car with me for a few minutes. Want to talk to you." He slammed the trunk. In the lobby of the Overlook, Wendy Torrance saw her son get into the passenger side of Halloran's car as the big black cook slid in behind the wheel. A sharp pang of fear struck her, and she opened her mouth to tell Jack that Halloran had not been lying about taking their son to Florida. There was a kidnapping afoot, but they were only sitting there. She could barely see the small silhouette of her son's head, turned attentively toward Halloran's big one. Even at this distance, that small head had a set to it that she recognized. It was the way her son looked when there was something on the TV that particularly fascinated him, or when he and his father were playing old maid or idiot cribbage. Jack, who was still looking around for Ullman, hadn't noticed. Wendy kept silent, watching Halloran's car nervously, wondering what they could possibly be talking about that would make Danny cock his head that way. In the van, Halloran was saying, "Get you kinda lonely, thinking you were the only one." Danny, who had been frightened as well as lonely sometimes, nodded. "Am I the only one you ever met?" he asked. Halloran laughed and shook his head. "No, child, no. But you shine the hardest. Are there lots then? No, Halloran said, but you do run across them. A lot of folks, they got a little bit of shine to them. They don't even know it, but they always seem to show up with flowers when their wives are feeling blue with the monthlies. They do good on school tests they don't even study for. They got a good idea how people are feeling as soon as they walk into a room. I come across 50 or 60 like that, but maybe only a dozen, counting my gram, that knew they was shining. Wow, Danny said, and thought about it. Then, do you know Mrs. Brandt? Her, Halloran asked scornfully, she don't shine, just sends her supper back 2, 3 times every night. I know she doesn't, Danny said earnestly. But do you know the man in the gray uniform that gets the cars? Mike? Sure, I know Mike. What about him? Mr. Halloran, why would she want his pants? What are you talking about, boy? Well, when she was watching him, she was thinking she would sure like to get into his pants, and I just wondered why. But he got no further. Halloran had thrown his head back, and rich, dark laughter. Boy, he said, still snorting a little, you are going to know everything there is to know about the human condition before you make 10. I don't know if to envy you or not. But Mrs. Brandt, you never mind her, he said. And don't go asking your mom either. You'd only upset her. Dig what I'm saying? Yes, sir, Danny said. He dug it perfectly well. He had upset his mother that way in the past. That Mrs. Brandt is just a dirty old woman with an itch. That's all you have to know. He looked at Danny speculatively. How hard can you hit, Doc? Huh? Give me a blast. Think at me. I want to know if you got as much as I think you do. What do you want me to think? Anything. Just think it hard. Okay, Danny said. He considered it for a moment, then gathered his concentration and flung it out at Halloran. He had never done anything precisely like this before, and at the last instant, some instinctive part of him rose up and blunted some of the thought's raw force. He didn't want to hurt Mr. Halloran. Still, the thought arrowed out of him with a force he never would have believed. It went like a Nolan Ryan fastball with a little extra on it. Gee, I hope I don't hurt him. And the thought was, hi, Dick. Halloran winced and jerked backward on the seat. His teeth came together with a hard click, drawing blood from his lower lip in a thin trickle. His hands flew up involuntarily from his lap to the level of his chest and then settled back again. For a moment, his eyelids fluttered limply, with no conscious control, and Danny was frightened. Mr. Halloran, Dick, are you okay? I don't know, Halloran said and laughed weakly. I honest to God don't. My God, boy, you're a pistol. I'm sorry, Danny said, more alarmed. Should I get my daddy? I'll run and get him. No, here I come. I'm okay, Danny. You just sit right there. I feel a little scrambled, that's all. I didn't go as hard as I could, Danny confessed. I was scared to, at the last minute. Probably my good luck you did. My brains would be leaking out my ears. He saw the alarm on Danny's face and smiled. No harm done. What did it feel like to you? Like I was Nolan Ryan throwing a fastball, he replied promptly. You like baseball, do you? Halloran was rubbing his temples gingerly. Daddy and me like the Angels, Danny said. The Red Sox in the American League East and the Angels in the West. We saw the Red Sox against Cincinnati in the World Series. I was a lot littler then, and Daddy was... Danny's face went dark and troubled. Was what, Dan? I forget, Danny said. He started to put his thumb in his mouth to suck it, but that was a baby trick. He put his hand back in his lap. Can you tell what your mom and dad are thinking, Danny? Halloran was watching him closely. Most times if I want to, but usually I don't try. Why not? Well, he paused a moment, troubled. It would be like peeking into the bedroom and watching while they're doing the thing that makes babies. Do you know that thing? I have had acquaintance with it, Halloran said gravely. They wouldn't like that, and they wouldn't like me peeking at their things. It would be dirty. I see. But I know how they're feeling, Danny said, i.e. I can't help that. I know how you're feeling too, and it hurt you. I'm sorry. It's just a headache. I've had hangovers that were worse. Can you read other people, Danny? I can't read yet at all, Danny said, except a few words. But Daddy's going to teach me this winter. My daddy used to teach reading and writing in a big school, mostly writing, but he knows reading too. I mean, can you tell what anybody is thinking? Danny thought about it. I can if it's loud, he said finally, like Mrs. Brandt in the pants. Or like once when me and Mommy were in this big store to get me some shoes. There was this big kid looking at radios, and he was thinking about taking one without buying it. Then he'd think, what if I get caught? Then he'd think, I really want it. Then he'd think about getting caught again. He was making himself sick about it, and he was making me sick. Mommy was talking to the man who sells the shoes, so I went over and said, Kid, don't take that radio. Go away. And he got really scared. He went away fast. Halloran was grinning broadly. I bet he did. Can you do anything else, Danny? Is it only thoughts and feelings, or is there more? Cautiously, is there more for you? Sometimes, Halloran said. Not often. Sometimes. Sometimes there are dreams. Do you dream, Danny? Sometimes, Danny said. I dream when I'm awake, after Tony comes. His thumb wanted to go into his mouth again. He had never told anyone but Mommy and Daddy about Tony. He made his thumb-sucking hand go back into his lap. Who's Tony? And suddenly Danny had one of those flashes of understanding that frightened him most of all. It was like a sudden glimpse of some incomprehensible machine that might be safe or might be deadly dangerous. He was too young to know which. He was too young to understand. What's wrong? He cried. You're asking me all this because you're worried, aren't you? Why are you worried about me? Why are you worried about us? Halloran put his large dark hands on the small boy's shoulders. Stop, he said. It's probably nothing. But if it is something, well, you've got a large thing in your head, Danny. You'll have to do a lot of growing yet before you catch up to it. I guess you got to be brave about it. But I don't understand things'll, Danny burst out. I do, but I don't. People, they feel things and I feel them, but I don't know what I'm feeling. He looked down at his lap wretchedly. I wish I could read. Sometimes Tony shows me signs and I can hardly read any of them. Who's Tony? Halloran asked again. Mommy and Daddy call him my invisible playmate, Danny said, reciting the words carefully. But he's really real. At least, I think he is. Sometimes when I try real hard to understand things, he comes. He says, Danny, I want to show you something. And it's like I pass out. Only there are dreams, like you said. He looked at Halloran and swallowed. They used to be nice, but now I can't remember the word for dreams that scare you and make you cry. Nightmares? Halloran asked. Yes, that's right, nightmares. About this place? About the overlook? Danny looked down at his thumb-sucking hand again. Yes, he whispered. Then he spoke shrilly, looking up into Halloran's face. But I can't tell my daddy, and you can't either. He has to have this job because it's the only one Uncle Al could get for him, and he has to finish his play, or he might start doing the bad thing again. And I know what that is. It's getting drunk. That's what it is. It's when he used to always be drunk, and that was a bad thing to do. He stopped, on the verge of tears. Shh, Halloran said, and pulled Danny's face against the rough serge of his jacket. It smelled faintly of mothballs. That's all right, son. And if that thumb likes your mouth, let it go where it wants. But his face was troubled. He said, what you got, son? I call it shining on. The Bible calls it having visions. And there are scientists that call it precognition. I've read up on it, son. I've studied on it. They all mean seeing the future. Do you understand that? Danny nodded against Halloran's coat. I remember the strongest shine I ever had that way. I'm not liable to forget. It was 1955. I was still in the army then, stationed overseas in West Germany. It was an hour before supper, and I was standing by the sink, giving one of the KPs hell for taking too much of the potato along with the peel. I says, here, let me show you how that's done. He held out the potato and the peeler, and then the whole kitchen was gone. Bang, just like that. You say you see this guy Tony before you have dreams? Danny nodded. Halloran put an arm around him. With me, it's smelling oranges. All that afternoon, I'd been smelling them and thinking nothing of it. Because they were on the menu for that night, we had 30 crates of Valencias. Everybody in the damn kitchen was smelling oranges that night. For a minute, it was like I had just passed out. And then I heard an explosion and saw flames. There were people screaming, and I heard this hissing noise that could only be steam. Then it seemed like I got a little closer to whatever it was, and I saw a railroad car off the tracks and laying on its side with Georgia East South Carolina Railroad written on it. And I knew like a flash that my brother Carl was on that train, and it jumped the tracks, and Carl was dead. Just like that. Then it was gone, and here's this scared, stupid little KP in front of me, still holding out that potato in the peeler. He says, "Are you okay, Sarge?" And I says, "No. My brother's just been killed down in Georgia." And when I finally got my mama on the overseas telephone, she told me how it was. But see, boy, I already knew how it was. He shook his head slowly, as if dismissing the memory, and looked down at the wide-eyed boy. But the thing you got to remember, my boy, is this. Those things don't always come true. I remember just 4 years ago, I had a job cooking at a boys' camp up in Maine on Long Lake. So I am sitting by the boarding gate at Logan Airport in Boston, just waiting to get on my flight, and I start to smell oranges for the first time in maybe 5 years. So I say to myself, my God, what's coming on this crazy late show now? And I got down to the bathroom and sat on one of the toilets to be private. I never did black out, but I started to get this feeling stronger and stronger that my plane was going to crash. Then the feeling went away, and the smell of oranges, and I knew it was over. I went back to the Delta Airlines desk and changed my flight to one 3 hours later. And do you know what happened? What? Danny whispered. Nothing, Halloran said and laughed. He was relieved to see the boy smile a little too. Not one single thing. That old plane landed right on time and without a single bump or bruise. So you see, sometimes those feelings don't come to anything. Oh, Danny said, or you take the racetrack. I go a lot, and I usually do pretty well. I stand by the rail when they go by the starting gate, and sometimes I get a little shine about this horse or that one. Usually those feelings help me get real well. I always tell myself that someday I'm going to get 3 at once on 3 long shots and make enough on the trifecta to retire early. It ain't happened yet, but there's plenty of times I've come home from the track on Shanks Mare instead of in a taxi cab with my wallet swollen up. Nobody shines on all the time, except maybe for God up in heaven. Yes, sir, Danny said, thinking of the time almost a year ago when Tony had showed him a new baby lying in a crib at their house in Stovington. He had been very excited about that and had waited, knowing that it took time, but there had been no new baby. Now you listen, Halloran said, and took both of Danny's hands in his own. I've had some bad dreams here, and I've had some bad feelings. I've worked here 2 seasons now, and maybe a dozen times I've had, well, nightmares. And maybe half a dozen times I've thought I've seen things. No, I won't say what. It ain't for a little boy like you. Just nasty things. Once it had something to do with those damn hedges clipped to look like animals. Another time, there was a maid, Dolores Vickery her name was, and she had a little shine to her, but I don't think she knew it. Mr. Ullman fired her. Do you know what that is, Doc? Yes, sir, Danny said candidly. My daddy got fired from his teaching job, and that's why we're in Colorado, I guess. Well, Ullman fired her on account of her saying she'd seen something in one of the rooms where a bad thing happened. That was in room 217, and I want you to promise me you won't go in there, Danny. Not all winter. Steer right clear. All right, Danny said. Did the lady, the maiden, did she ask you to go look? Yes, she did, and there was a bad thing there, but I don't think it was a bad thing that could hurt anyone, Danny. That's what I'm trying to say. People who shine can sometimes see things that are going to happen, and I think sometimes they can see things that did happen, but they're just like pictures in a book. Did you ever see a picture in a book that scared you, Danny? Yes, he said, thinking of the story of Bluebeard and the picture where Bluebeard's new wife opens the door and sees all the heads. But you knew it couldn't hurt you, didn't you? Yes. Danny said, a little dubious. Well, that's how it is in this hotel. I don't know why, but it seems that all the bad things that ever happened here, there's little pieces of those things still laying around like fingernail clippings or the boogers that somebody nasty just wiped under a chair. I don't know why it should just be here. There's bad goings on in just about every hotel in the world, I guess. And I've worked in a lot of them and had no trouble. Only here. But Danny, I don't think those things can hurt anybody. He emphasized each word in the sentence with a mild shake of the boy's shoulders. So if you should see something in a hallway or a room or outside by those hedges, just look the other way. And when you look back, it'll be gone. Are you digging me? Yes, Danny said. He felt much better, soothed. He got up on his knees, kissed Halloran's cheek, and gave him a big, hard hug. Halloran hugged him back. When he released the boy, he asked, Your folks, they don't shine, do they? No, I don't think so. I tried them like I did you, Halloran said. Your mama jumped the tiniest bit. I think all mothers shine a little, at least until their kids grow up enough to watch out for themselves. You're dem. Halloran paused momentarily. He had probed at the boy's father, and he just didn't know. It wasn't like meeting someone who had the shine or someone who definitely did not. Poking at Danny's father had been strange, as if Jack Torrance had something that he was hiding, or something he was holding in so deeply submerged in himself that it was impossible to get to. I don't think he shines at all, Halloran finished, so you don't worry about them. You just take Boromir. I don't think there's anything here that can hurt you, so just be cool, okay? Okay? Danny, hey, Doc. Danny looked around. That's Mom. She wants me. I have to go. I know you do, Halloran said. You have a good time here, Danny. Best you can, anyway. I will. Thanks, Mr. Halloran. I feel a lot better. The smiling thought came in his mind. Dick, to my friends. Yes, Dick, okay. Their eyes met, and Dick Halloran winked. Danny scrambled across the seat of the car and opened the passenger side door. As he was getting out, Halloran said, Danny, what? If there is trouble, you give a call. A big loud holler like the one you gave a few minutes ago. I might hear you even way down in Florida. And if I do, I'll come on the run. Okay, Danny said and smiled. You take care, big boy. I will. Danny slammed the door and ran across the parking lot toward the porch, where Wendy stood holding her elbows against the chill wind. Halloran watched, the big grin slowly fading. I don't think there's anything here that can hurt you, I don't think. But what if he was wrong? He had known that this was his last season at the Overlook ever since he had seen that thing in the bathtub of room 217. It had been worse than any picture in any book. And from here, the boy running to his mother looked so small. I don't think. His eyes drifted down to the topiary animals. Abruptly, he started the car and put it in gear and drove away, trying not to look back. And of course he did. And of course the porch was empty. They had gone back inside. It was as if the Overlook had swallowed them. Chapter 12, The Grand Tour. What were you talking about, hun? Wendy asked him as they went back inside. Oh, nothing much. For nothing much, it sure was a long talk. He shrugged and Wendy saw Danny's paternity in the gesture. Jack could hardly have done it better himself. She would get no more out of Danny. She felt strong exasperation mixed with an even stronger love. The love was helpless. The exasperation came from a feeling that she was deliberately being excluded. With the two of them around, she sometimes felt like an outsider, a bit player who had accidentally wandered back on stage while the main action was taking place. Well, they wouldn't be able to exclude her this winter, her two exasperating males. Quarters were going to be a little too close for that. She suddenly realized she was feeling jealous of the closeness between her husband and her son and felt ashamed. That was too close to the way her own mother might have felt. Too close for comfort. The lobby was now empty except for Ullman and the head desk clerk. They were at the register, cashing up. A couple of maids who had changed to warm slacks and sweaters, standing by the front door and looking out with their luggage pulled around them. And Watson, the maintenance man. He caught her looking at him and gave her a wink, a decidedly lecherous one. She looked away hurriedly. Jack was over by the window just outside the restaurant, studying the view. He looked rapt and dreamy. The cash register apparently checked out because now Ullman ran it shut with an authoritative snap. He initialed the tape and put it in a small zipper case. Wendy silently applauded the head clerk, who looked greatly relieved. Ullman looked like the type of man who might take any shortage out of the head clerk's hide without ever spilling a drop of blood. Wendy didn't much care for Ullman or his officious, ostentatiously bustling manner. He was like every boss she'd ever had, male or female. He would be saccharine sweet with the guests, a petty tyrant when he was backstage with the help. But now school was out, and the head clerk's pleasure was written large on his face. It was out for everyone but she and Jack and Danny anyway. Mr. Torrance, Ullman called peremptorily, would you come over here, please? Jack walked over, nodding to Wendy and Danny that they were to come too. The clerk, who had gone into the back, now came out again wearing an overcoat. Have a pleasant winter, Mr. Ullman. I doubt it, Ullman said distantly. May 12th, Braddock. Not a day earlier. Not a day later. Yes, sir. Braddock walked around the desk, his face sober and dignified, as befitted his position. But when his back was entirely to Ullman, he grinned like a schoolboy. He spoke briefly to the two girls still waiting by the door for their ride, and he was followed out by a brief burst of stifled laughter. Now Wendy began to notice the silence of the place. It had fallen over the hotel like a heavy blanket, muting everything but the faint pulse of the afternoon wind outside. From where she stood, she could look through the inner office, now neat to the point of sterility, with its two bare desks and two sets of gray filing cabinets. Beyond that, she could see Halloran.
What is messing up? Excuse me. I'm gonna take a little bio break in a second and play a video game. Anyway, this thing keeps messing up. Alright, I'm just going on a little break, or Donkey Kong, and I'll be right back. I'll probably play a video game. I don't know what yet. We'll see. I'll be RB.
You choose her or not choose wrong. With a skipper hop. She's one cool calm. Her DK. Donkey Kong. He has no style. He has no grace. This Kong has a funny face. He can handstand when he needs to and stretch his arms out just for you. Inflate himself just like a balloon. This crazy Kong just digs his tune. DK. Donkey Kong. DK. Donkey Kong. DK. Donkey Kong is here. He's back again and about time too. And this time, he's in the mood. He can fly real high with his jetpack on. With his pistols out. He's one tough Kong. He'll make you smile when he plays his tune. But gremlins beware, cause he's after you. DK. Donkey Kong. Finally, he's here for you. It's the last member of the DK crew. This Kong's so strong, it isn't funny. Can make a gremlin cry out for mommy. Can pick up a boulder with relative ease. Makes crushing rocks seem such a breeze. He may move slow, he can't jump high, but this Kong's one hell of a guy. Come on, Cranky, take it to the fridge. Walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. You choose her or not choose wrong. With a skipper hop. She's one cool Kong. Her DK. Donkey Kong. He has no
grace.
This Kong has a funny face.
He can handstand when he needs to,
And stretch his arms out just for you.
inflate himself just like a balloon.
This crazy Kong just digs his tune.
DK, Donkey Kong. DK, Donkey Kong. DK, Donkey Kong is here.
He's back again and about time too.
And this time, he's in the mood.
He can fly real high with his jetpack on.
With his pistols out, he's one tough Kong.
He'll make you smile when he plays his tune.
But gremlins beware, cause he's after you. DK, Donkey Kong. Finally, he's here for you. It's the last member of the DK crew.
This Kong's so strong, it isn't funny. Can make a gremlin cry out for mommy.
Can pick up a boulder with relative ease. Makes crushing rocks seem such a breeze. He may move slow, he can't jump high, but
This Kong's one hell of a guy.
come on,
Cranky, take it to the fridge. Walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. You choose her or not choose wrong.
with a skipper hop.
She's one cool Kong.
DK, Donkey Kong. He has no style, he has no grace.
This Kong has a funny face.
He can handstand when he needs to,
And stretch his arms out just for you.
inflate himself just like a balloon.
This crazy Kong just digs his tune.
DK, Donkey Kong. DK, Donkey Kong, DK. Donkey Kong is here.
He's back again and about time too.
And this time, he's in the mood.
He can fly real high with his jetpack on.
With his pistols out, he's one tough Kong.
He'll make you smile when he plays his tune.
But gremlins beware, cause he's after you. Huh, DK, Donkey Kong. Huh. Finally, he's here for you. It's the last member of the DK crew.
This Kong's so strong, it isn't funny. Can make a gremlin cry out for mommy.
Can pick up a boulder with relative ease. Makes crushing rocks seem such a breeze. He may move slow, he can't jump high, but this Kong's one hell of a guy. Huh.
Come on, Cranky, take it to the fridge.
Walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells. Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells.
You choose her or not choose wrong.
With a skipper hop,
She's one cool Kong.
huh, DK, Donkey Kong. He has no style, he has no grace.
This Kong has a funny face
He can handstand when he needs to.
and stretch his arms out just for you.
Inflate himself just like a balloon.
This crazy Kong just digs his tune.
Huh, DK, Donkey Kong. Huh, DK, Donkey Kong. DK, Donkey Kong is here.
He's back again and about time too.
And this time, he's in the mood.
He can fly real high with his jetpack on.
With his pistols out, he's one tough Kong.
He'll make you smile when he plays his tune.
But gremlins beware, cause he's after you. Huh, DK, Donkey Kong. Huh. Finally, he's here for you. It's the last member of the DK crew.
This Kong's so strong, it isn't funny. Can make a gremlin cry out for mommy.
Can pick up a boulder with relative ease. Makes crushing rocks seem such a breeze. He may move slow, he can't jump high, but this Kong's one hell of a guy. Huh.
Come on, Cranky, take it to the bridge.
Walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells, grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells, grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells, grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells, grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells, grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells, grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells, grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells, grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells, grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells, grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells, grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells, grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells, grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells, grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells, grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells, grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells, grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells, grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells, grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells.
You choose her or not choose wrong.
With a skipper hop,
She's one cool Kong.
huh,
DK, Donkey Kong.
he has no style, he has no grace.
This Kong has a funny face
He can handstand when he needs to.
and stretch his arms out just for you.
Inflate himself just like a balloon.
This crazy Kong just digs his tune.
Hello. I decided on something not everyone's a fan of, but I'm in the mood to play it for a little bit. What the fuck? Whatever. I enjoy Overwatch.
Arriving at Conseil.
Trash and ash.
I draw judgment. You could
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Objective unlocks in 30 seconds.
That's what you get. That's what you get the girl who has everything. Put you in the place. Hello.
Get off the stage.
I re-put you in the place. I re-put you in the place.
A taste of poison.
Hey, cat! Oh, come on! We let them take the robot! There's one here! They got us outnumbered!
It's at your service.
There they are! Get ready!
Orisa is here. No, we lost the lead.
Dynamite out!
Don't let them move the barricade.
I am not good at that.
You're at it with me. You're at it for weight.
Can't do shit as fucking
Enemy turret.
psycho. Whatever the fuck his name is. Psychopath.
Got it. Ready.
Aye, that's gonna hurt. Yeah, that'll get in the way.
Can't kill this Reaper.
He's got you! Societies.
They are making progress! Stop them!
Can't do anything about the Reaper. Yeah, everybody sucky. Or that I suck with a lot. Die, die.
Choose your map. Approaching the throne of Anubis.
Well, if he made me the robo-horse I asked for, maybe I would have stood a better chance. Reach for this, reach for this. Need a hand here.
1.
Nice.
Allies attack on objective C.
Pardon me.
Objective are lost in 10 seconds.
Just a minute.
Who is up for a challenge? Tracer here.
Hasta luego. Crush the enemy.
Don't worry, I'll be right behind you. Right by you.
Greetings.
Boosting your damage.
Objective are lost 10
Enemy
seconds.
turret ahead. The objective is mine.
Not to worry, I'll patch you up.
I have arrived on point.
Over here.
Objective captured. Advance to objective A.
Checking in.
We have company over there.
There's one. I'll have you in tough condition.
Objective are lost 10 seconds.
This should help, Lena. Not on my watch.
Objective unlocked.
Hunting them down. Fire at will.
An deiner Seite. Monstering you. Enemy over here.
Enemy turret ahead.
I see an enemy. Here's ahead. Opening your capability. I'm going to resurrect them. Right by you.
Victory. Play of the game.
GG's.
Select a map. Welcome to Hollywood.
to be heard. Bump up the bass. It's time to roll out.
Good leadership makes all the difference.
Up and at 'em.
Reinhardt, answering the recall is not my idea of hanging it up.
I had to, so. Otherwise, your life would be far too easy.
And what a shame that would be.
Oh, can't beat this. Oh, yeah,
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming.
Louder this time.
Defend objective A. Behind you.
You want that louder? This beat will heal you up. You know, it's not always gonna be a top hit. Oh, you'll want to hear this. Let's get into a really good too close. Pick it up.
Watch ya.
Thank you, my friend.
Warning.
Enemy spotted. Kneel to this beat. Yeah, I'll turn it up. Let's do it fast. Back on.
Check confirmed. Thank you.
Let's get some healing beats going.
There's the enemy.
Fall back. I'm at the height of my performance.
Louder this time. I'm under attack.
Enemy objective. Prepare them in orderly fashion.
My ultimate is Earth-Shatter. Ready.
That fucked up.
Enemy turret
Earth-Shatter. Ready.
Maybe I'll try something different this time.
My bad.
Lost. Stop the payload.
I should have been fucking.
put them off the payload.
What the hell?
Kneel to this beat.
Forces, Guardians.
Heroes never die.
Break up the stage.
Turret defended.
Oh, let's break it. Oh, yeah. Check it. Enemy turret ahead. Party time, let's go. Watch out for that turret. Hey, they're getting up again. I feel great. I gotta go quick. Healing me.
I'm sucking.
Watch out for that turret! Amp up this beat! Yeah, I'll turn it up. Enemy turret ahead. Check this out. I am on fire. You want that louder? I'm in attack. My legs are dead. Oh, let's break it. Damn! I'm too young to die. Hey! We're in the paint! Brimming with firelight. A threat emerging. Making it loud. Into the groove. Burn it up! Turn it up, turn it up! Gotta go quick! I'm too young to die.
I am on fire! Come face me!
Who's out there? Oh yeah! Move it! Enemy here! Thanks. Enemy spotted! Let's get some healing beats going! Match this BPM! Catch these healing waves! Get into the groove!
What is that melody?
Shit! I'm dead. Oh wait, I'm alive.
You want that louder?
Whatever.
This beat will heal you up. Oh, you want to hear this?
Thank you!
Party time, let's go!
Over there!
Let the healing sound watch over.
I'm coming, he's
Enemy
ready!
turret ahead. Gotta go quick! Appreciate you. We're on the same wavelength. Protects life. Guess they aren't done yet.
Guardians!
60 seconds remaining.
But I think the fun from this being on fire.
Crank up the
Thank you. Oh.
Mjolnir down! Mjolnir down!
Okay. I don't have that much time left, so what I'm going to do, I try to do, but play this new game my friend gifted me. If I can get it working. Sometimes Capcom games are... Excuse me. What the fuck is it? Oh, let's see. I mean, I see it in my Steam, but I don't see it in my Razer launcher. Or whatever. Let's see if it opened up. I got this shit.
Everybody come alive. Like battle of the strong, survival of the fit. Take your best shot. Hope you don't miss. Yeah, come on. Everybody come alive real quick. Battle of the strong.
versus SNK2. Mark of the Millennium 2001.
Shit. Let me fucking. I only have the game fucking on the goddamn stream. My bad. I had a mind part. Where the F is it? Is that it? There we go.
These are the current top team rankings.
Keep rocking, baby.
Capcom. This is the first dream event of the 21st century. If you choose the wrong groove, you may just lose. Great! I knew that groove was in your heart. Fighting 2001 is about to begin. Hardcore fans have been eagerly anticipating this event, and now the waiting is finally over. Check your training wheels at the door, ladies and gentlemen. This is gonna be one incredible battle that will...
Oh, there we go. My first ever match. And I haven't practiced at all.
Which groove do you like?
Which
Form up your team.
Dial's in the same, right?
Let's go.
Decide the order of the bout. Brace yourself.
Hey, come on.
Round 1, fight.
Oh shit, did I win?
Round 2, fight.
Damn. Get it out.
Final round, fight.
What the hell? What are my fucking controller? Damn. I should have been blocking. My controllers are weird.
Which groove do you like? Form up your team.
I am right there.
Order of the bout. Heat up, guys.
Keep up the good work.
Round one, fight.
Damn it. Yeah, there's no 6 buttons for SNK, it's weird.
Round two, fight.
Oh, nice. Disco ball.
Final round, fight.
Wake up!
Which groove do you like?
Let's try somebody else.
Form up your team. Decide the order of the bout. Heat up, guys.
Keep up, guys. Pay my bills.
Round one, fight.
Dun 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 dun. God damn it. Nice.
Round two, fight.
Inmaru and Yuri.
Round 3, fight.
These one ratio characters, I never realized how sucky they are.
Round 4, fight.
She doesn't have her fucking. Oh, God.
Final round, fight.
Well, I give up. God damn. Roar, 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 roar. You are a loser. I love that. I don't know fucking one at all. Let me. Can I switch to that guy? Is it that guy again? Sure. Let's try Alpha 3. No, I don't fucking... Oh, cool. You get Guile on this one.
Select your fighting style. Select your fighting style.
Damn it.
What time are you playing Wednesday?
I'm pretty soon. I'm about to finish up here. I'm just playing some. It's a game that Nick gifted me.
Including up the chicken and
All right, I might have a little bit. Thank you for doing it. Damn it. What the hell is this fucking... Does he have a... Is it like his Marvel fucking moves? Oh, it's the guy again, that guy. Damn. Oh wait, they fucked up too. I don't know. I think I put it in the cabinet. I think I did.
Select your character. Select your fighting style. Select your fighting style. Namaste. It all depends on your skill. Go for broke.
Oh fuck. That dive, dude. And he has like a new move for Alpha 3 that I fucking forgot. Have you switched stances? Fuck is it? I didn't realize I was winning. I thought I had Sakura's life bar. Yes, it- There we go. Oh, you know how I did that. Oh, nice. Damn it. Oh.
It all depends on your skill. Go for broke.
Yeah. There, dude.
Sharpen your fangs. It's not the end. Select your character. Select your
Welcome.
fighting style. Ready? It all depends on your skill. Go for broke.
Not the headbutt! Ow. Oh, nice. I forgot that's a low. I think. Maybe? Oh. Shit. I gotta get going soon. After this match, I gotta go. It's late. I got it that time. GG's. I gotta go. Oh. What I thought so. So, yeah, I gotta. So, I'll play later, maybe. We'll see. I have a lot of busy days up ahead. This was pretty fun. I've never actually played this online like that. Anyway, peace out later. Love you, bye.